I have never played Eternal Darkness before. I know a decent amount about it, though, through cultural osmosis. I know that this is the Sanity horror RPG, that it's pretty Lovecraftian, and that the sanity effects sometimes include fourth wall breaking, Hideo Kojima type things, like messing with your save file. I don't know the details on all of these sanity effects, but that's one of the specific ones that I've heard of before. Other than that, this is completely blind. I don't know any of the specifics of the plot. Unfortunately, I am playing this via an emulator. I would prefer not to play games with an emulator if possible. It is only available on Amazon in the like $100 range to get an actual disc. I have to run that through the FrameMeister. It looks like the Dolphin compatibility with this game is reasonably high. I did my best to do some pre-stream testing, but given that this is a complicated game, I might have to adjust the Dolphin settings as we go in case there's any major glitches. So fingers crossed that there won't be any big problems. Let's go ahead and boot it up here. Get my heart rate monitor spot up here.
Peering. Long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting.
Thanks, Edgar Allan Poe. Very famous horror game.
Nintendo.
I think the devs were trying to get a spiritual successor running on Kickstarter.
Will come to understand fear as I have.
But they missed their deadline. Trailer plus gameplay for Eternal Darkness 2, but it got canceled. It's too bad. Silicon Knights also made the Twin Snakes port on the GameCube, and did they do Two Human as well? What other games did they have? This is the first M-rated game to be published by Nintendo. I saw that. They published it, didn't develop it, obviously, but... Now, in my pre-stream testing, I noticed that although the game is 480p, that there's slight black edges on the left and right. I'm just going to leave those in case the game ever has like a cinematic that stretches into that space. Conker's Bad Fur Day is rare, right? Oh, you're talking about mature games. Yeah, I don't think Nintendo published Conker. It was all rare, wasn't it? Options. Subtitles. I don't trust... I understand now how widescreen works, that it tries to like ex post facto adjust what the picture looks like if you are forcing it into widescreen. I'm just going to leave it like this though. Rumble on, brightness, try to turn up a little bit since people have different monitors at home. Should be fine. Create this game file now, yes. There's a couple emulation issues that I'm pretty sure I already fixed. There's one with a flashing purple screen and a green screen that should be gone. I think there's an aspect ratio problem that I can't resolve. Whenever you pause the game, the screen widens for like a couple frames. It's not super distracting though.
Flesh, bone, bound together with the oddest magical incantation.
Yeah, I was saying that Eternal Darkness is the first M-rated game published by Nintendo.
All began so long ago, before time, before humanity. I am Dr. Edward Roivas. I am a clinical psychologist. I am also dead.
Cool.
This is not my story, nor even the story of the Roivas family. It is the story of humanity. Like it or not, believe it or not, as you will.
This was the
Your
best Lovecraft
perceptions will
game
not
until
change
Bloodborne came
reality,
out.
but simply color it. Humanity has been on the edge of extinction for 2 millennia, ignorant of so much,
Yeah, I like
and
how this is done.
dependent on so few. The Guardians grow restless. Their time once again near. Whether by fate or misfortune, my family has crossed their path, and they didn't take kindly to it. Their attention turns to my granddaughter, for she is the last of my line, and the last hope for humanity.
Is that me? Okay, I'm in control, and there are zombies. I can press a button to shoot them. That's cool. Yeah, I said that at the beginning. I am dead. This is blind other than the stuff that I've heard about through cultural osmosis, that there's fourth wall breaking sanity effects. I have no idea I'm using a controller.
Remember me, Alex.
So it was a dream. I'm guessing if I lost, I would have woken up anyway.
Hello?
Miss Alexandra Roivas?
Is that Jennifer Hale?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Inspector LaGrasse of the Rhode Island Police. I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's been...
I ran out of ammo at the end.
with your grandfather.
I'll be on the next flight out.
Rhode Island. Okay. Stephen King and Lovecraft like setting stuff in New England for some reason.
Ah, Miss Roivas. I'm pleased to meet you. I trust you had a pleasant trip?
Yes, I suppose so, considering.
Yes, my condolences. This is most unpleasant.
I can recognize
It's a
his voice
shame we couldn't
too.
meet under brighter circumstances.
Yes, it is. Can we get this over with, please?
Of course, this way. But I must warn you, it's not a pleasant sight. I'm afraid there's not much to see.
Gnarly.
Miss Roivas, is that your grandfather, Edward?
Yes.
It looks like a sheet.
He's wearing our family ring.
Ah, okay.
I don't understand. Why are you showing me this? Can't you check dental records or something? What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It's my job, lady. You're the only living relative, and no, we can't check dental records. There's no head. None of this makes sense.
There's no
no
head.
sign of intrusion, and there was certainly a lot of force used here. I have never seen anything like this in my 20 years on the force. We have no evidence except for the body, and what's left doesn't say much. Ugh, we don't have a single clue.
Well, you better find out who did this. I'm not leaving Rhode Island until you do. There must be some clue in this old mansion revealing what happened. I want answers.
So do I. I wish I had some.
2 weeks later. Shocked by her grandfather's mysterious death and frustrated at the incompetence of the local police, Alex vows to uncover the truth. She decides to search the mansion, the place where Edward conducted his research. If there was a tie to his past and possibly a tie to his murderer, it would be here. All right, so here's that graphical effect I was talking about when I open up the menu. The screen for like a couple frames widens. Don't think it's that big of a deal. Function allows the current character to ready a weapon. Check allows the examination of objects within the inventory. L and R allows switching back and forth between sections within the interface. Drawn map, that's cool. The Procession of Flesh and Bone. You can rewatch videos, that's cool. Controller audio display, load save. Can I save at will? Because that's great. Fantastic. 2000 AD. Huh. I don't know if they meant to give up that ghost, but okay. It's cool. Check. Key to the second floor of the mansion. It's old and worn. David Hayter's in this a lot. Make friends with him during Twin Snakes, or did this come out before Twin Snakes? Portraits of the ancestral Roivas line. Oh. Portraits of the ancestral Roivas line the foyer walls. There we go. Their faces reveal a dark, brooding edge. The ancestor. Beautiful carriage clock. Hands appear to be stuck if the clock continues to tick, with the time permanently set to 3:33. There's a key in the back of the clock, presumably for winding it. Did Alex look at the key? Yes. Something odd about the key. It isn't for winding it at all. It's a dresser key. Oh, that's cool. Dresser key. See if I can figure out what the buttons are here. X is... That's sneaking, apparently. Right trigger is ready punching, it looks like. Stand your ground for punching. Examine. Detail. Last week, rays of sunlight fight the shroud of darkness. What a great sneaking animation. Hey, there's a run button. Okay, thank God. I guess that's one of those features where it's like, shit, if there's a run button, that means I probably have to run sometimes. Yeah, I might mess with it in a second. It's pretty dark on my screen, too. I don't know if that's... It didn't really have a... This is recommended brightness on that screen. Wooden plaque is fastened to the door, taking the place of a lock. Colored sigil is carved into the wood above a wide slot. Just wide enough to insert a narrow blade. Let me check really quick. I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to wash out the game, but would like it to be visible on different monitors. Still pretty dark, even with that. It looks like I can't examine stuff while I'm holding the run button, so I'm going to check this room again. See if there's anything different when I'm not running. Like, I don't think it gives you prompts. Spooky whisper sounds. Okay, I don't think there actually was anything to investigate. Table set for one. Alex's grandfather. Edward's private nature meant he never had many visitors, and this is the lonely evidence of it. Illustration features a collection of strange line designs related to each other in a cyclical manner. There's some significance to it, but it isn't particularly evident. Hey, favorite customer, how you doing? Okay, there's not always details when you can investigate something. Got it. Grand piano stands here awaiting the hands of a decent musician. Edward never lived up to that description. Nice, well done. Sword Saint's a tough boss. Books contain the history of the Roivas family, genealogy, birth and death records, deeds, and writs. Mediterranean immigrants. Shunned by other settlers, suspected of witchcraft. Convicted during the witch hunts. Sees a book placed differently than all the others, as if drawing attention to itself. On the inside cover, shaky handwriting shapes the numbers 333. Oh, did that add something? Or like a little hint here somewhere? These are all videos, right? Okay. Punch the bookshelves. Hey, thanks for having on. Yeah, the warm glow of candlelight. Family tree hangs from the wall. Someone's hanging from it. Okay. I say, I bet there's someone hanging from it. It totally is. Family secrets are revealed.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Books in this corner focus on the supernatural, Edgar Allan Poe, Lovecraft, William Blake, Hieronymus Bosch. Everything with a tie to ethereal horror or fantasy. Here's our list of inspirations for Eternal Darkness. That spooky William Blake Red Dragon painting. No details on this one. Okay. This one's set to 333 as well. The looming grandfather clock stands ominously in the corner, gazing on this empty room with a patriarchal air. Okay, good. It locks into place. So there's two ways I could have found that. There's the clock in the main area. Come back to that in a second. Hey, happy birthday, Walter. Thank you. Let's deal with that. Brass framed mirror set in the wall.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Alex adjusts the mirror. Crank sockets mounted in the telescope appears to be linked to a mirror supported by a brass pedestal. What purpose could it possibly serve? Several of these all around the room, it looks like. Globe cradled in a wooden frame. Painted with an ancient map. A lens is situated in the northern hemisphere above a label that reads, "There be dragons here." Cool. Oh, I think I see. There's probably another one that we want to focus into from the telescope, right? There were 3 of these in total. Wow, you can rotate this one a lot. I must just loop back around from a starting point. Okay. So I'll have to come back here once I get more information about this puzzle, I think. That's cool, though. Let's see what else there is to find. Spooky family tree. Person hanging on it, because of course there is. Another ancestral Roiva. Door is locked. Painting gives me an unsettling feeling. I think there's a door I may have skipped on the bottom left. I'm gonna go check that really quick. In addition to spooky whispering, the main character's breathing seems to change. This is just the painting room, right? Anything else of interest in here? Other than that, which doesn't seem to have any connection to anything else yet. Okay. Good on the bottom floor, other than the secret passage I opened in the library, which I'm going to head back to in a second. People really have double staircases. Video game universe. Thanks, Resident Evil. Okay, well, I think it's time to go down into this scary place. Oh man, my tachycardia has really improved since I started doing Ring Fit Adventure. My resting heart rate before Ring Fit was 90. Being live on stream, I was basically a permanent plus 10 to my heart rate. So that means my resting must be closer to like 80 now. It's pretty good. Oh, I guess I thought it would just auto-use if it was relevant. Spooky book. Probably a good idea to open and read that. Probably not going to regret that at all. Sane scribbling covers the page, incomprehensible to Alex. If Alex had some kind of tome, it could be deciphered. I wonder where I'm going to find a tome. Gothic cathedral is silhouetted against the stark lights. Grim picture indeed. Small shrine of candles. The placement is deliberate, matching the etchings on the table and the walls illustration. Candles are unlit. Diabolic drawing of a stack of human bodies, each one cemented into place. Meticulously rendered down to the subtlest detail. Seems like this game is closer to Silent Hill than it is to Resident Evil, which is cool. So we'll see what kind of combat it has. It did have that dream combat, almost to let you know, don't worry, there's going to be guns in the game, we promise. This is our capital, Cyclops City. Stop me if I'm going too fast for you. Like Cyclopean's one of those. Lovecraft likes that. Like Gurm likes boiled leather. Must needs. Temple in Asia, Thailand or Cambodia. Looks like Angkor Wat, but it's hard to tell in that picture. It's like a mask. The face is serene with a faint hint of a smile tugging at the corners of the mouth and eyes closed in deep meditation. Okay. I think I have to get the book now. I think I've done everything else that I could justify. The sword, though. Roman weapon, a gladius, is on display above the fireplace mantle. Another token of eclectic junk. Pick up. It's not going to be a mistake. I'm sure of it. Cool. All right. Check out the tome. The leather-bound antique book rests upon the cluttered desk. Is it a picture book like the one in Shadow Hearts? Read the book. No. And then play the credits with kazoo music. Graphics. Really should not have read that book.
I had no knowledge of what was to come, nor did I care. How the knowledge changed me, it will also change you. As you read this, you will come to learn fear as I have. You too will come to understand, or you will perish. To think that once I could not see beyond the veil of our reality, to see those who dwell behind. My life now has purpose, for I have learned the frailty of flesh and bone.
Persia.
I was once a fool.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that was a thing. I saw in the save file that it said 2000 AD, but...
Quam primum, Centurio Augustus. I would like to compliment you once more on your battle tactics. Our enemies
that's kinda
did
cool.
not have a chance.
Naturally
Do you believe that
transitions
it
into
really exists,
English.
Centurion?
I do not doubt our Emperor's beliefs, or his orders. But if we are to retrieve the artifact, then we must be strong and patient.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, yes, we get that they're not speaking in English. That would be annoying here, exactly. David Hayter was both of those dudes. Now we just need Cam Clark and Kim My Guess. Who is Roy Campbell? I recognize his name when I hear it. He's also in Diablo and a bunch of other things. I mostly just meant the folks in Metal Gear Solid specifically. Cool. Haha. Nice. Dais on the floor is finely crafted, inlaid with golden gems that Pius can't identify. So we have 2 doesn't really make a pattern, so. Decorations of the wall are a mixture of ancient cultures, civilizations that have long since turned to dust. Yeah, it's kind of wild to realize that, like, ancient Egypt, for example, was ancient already to the ancient Greeks and the Romans. Our human brains are bad at understanding time in large numbers. It was all pretty ancient, right? Let's disco dance, Hammurabi. The ladder leads into the dank heart of the labyrinth. Danger lurks beneath. Yet Pius's courageous resolve does not buckle. Okay. I like that this game, it's still kind of going for the pre-rendered background fixed camera angle approach, even though the environments are 3D. I feel like fixed camera angles add a lot to horror. And I wish more modern horror games would do it. It also means that you basically have cinematography in your game. Yeah, we're bad at numbers in general, outside of a comfortable range in human experience. Range attack? Is it like a trap? Oh, I can target different... That's kind of cool. While I'm holding right trigger. Neat. Finish him. Could do some lighting tricks. That's cool. Spooky. Health meter. This meter represents life energy. Every time a character takes damage, the level will get lower. When it reaches 0, the character will die. Oh, it can still attack when it's headless. Of course it can. It's like Silent Hill combat, but not terrible. Like a smooth 60 FPS, and I feel like I have control over it. There's an argument that like Silent Hill combat is intentionally terrible. Granite block. This is a good idea. Blood red. I would just say it was red, but whatever. Oh, interesting. If I choose to target, then I can't... Even if I swing at the air, I'll miss whatever I'm not explicitly targeting. Maybe that matters for, like, defending characters later on. If I have iframes while I'm doing a finishing move. I do not. Insipid green. Okay. It's too bad this game hasn't gotten like a PC remaster or something. Blood black. Spooky black. God. Oh, enemies can attack each other. That's kind of nice. I think there's some kind of hidden stamina system in this, where I can't do fast attacks constantly. Pick up. Is it spooky blue? Ghostly blue. Pretty close. Oh, interesting. Stamina system is kind of cool. I guess it just occurred to me that this game might be a pretty early title to not have an always-on HUD. Looks like HUD things pop up context sensitive only. It's very common these days, but it was not always a thing. I thought the character was looking up at something a second ago. Classic mean Resident Evil / Silent Hill camera angle. You just hear sounds. Gotta be careful because you use the same stamina to run as you use to attack here. I don't know the purple one yet. Oh, purple one in the server. It's the ancient Fisher-Price puzzle. Shadow purple. Oh, just purple. Tainted by black shadow. Filled with purple. So something's been removed from it, you think? Okay, so it's not going to prompt me to use items. Got it. Apply for the mansion as well, I guess. It's a scary enough color by itself. Royal. Ancient four-person joint custody lock. Really like this game so far. I like the slow burn at the beginning. Controls are actually really nice. They work well for a horror game. A noble, evil magic version of a missile silo. Hey, sir, what's up? Prove your worth by destroying the statue. Oh, there's analog shoulder button action. Oh, it's a statue of me. That's creepy. That's cool. Obviously, can still harass you once you take their head off, but it makes them worse at targeting, it looks like. They don't really track you down either. Thanks, Darkstar. Or if they're completely harmless if you take their arms off. Push the button. Hold on, Pius. Let me save really quick because I haven't in a while. Gotta remind myself that these games don't have autosaves. 26 BC. Bizarre energy. This isn't gonna end well. This is the definition of a good idea. Alright, this is where I get to pick between Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, right? I've always been a Squirtle guy. Pale blue statuette. Red-clawed worm. Warped angel. Cool.
Eons have passed since then, and I have learned much. All at once, I understood. The forces of the multiverse all made sense under the transcending power of Ulyaoth. No mountain
Ulyaoth
too
is a good Lovecrafty
no
soundy.
city too far. Face me, and you shall surely perish.
You've acquired the Tome of Eternal Darkness. The totally not Necronomicon. Got it. The Tome of Eternal Darkness in our possession. Alex can read the page. It is a chapter page from the tome itself. The Binding of the Corpse God. I feel like that there's like a finite number of possible sounds you can string together to make a Lovecraft-sounding god name. And there's also a finite number of English nouns you can append to the word god that sounds suitably Lovecraftian and creepy. Blind Idiot God is pretty good, right? Use this item to read the chapter. That seems like a really bad idea. So I haven't played this game before. If you guys want to type !hide before your messages, you can discuss the game without me seeing it. I guess that the Pokemon selection was choosing something about the path of the game, but it's not clear to me that that means that the colors represent gods. But I'll ask for help. Black goat with 1,000 young.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I sure of its end. So perhaps here is the best place to start. I am reminded of ideas I first encountered in Sir James George Fraser's book, The Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. We are overwhelmed by a very human need to weave a web of meaning where there may be none. Since time immemorial, ancient peoples have dressed up their lack of knowledge as gods and demons. I have discovered that sometimes the fates of gods and mortals intertwine, and legends are born.
1150 AD. Cool. I really like this conceit of the game.
Great ancient. Forever in shadow will you be master of chaos, and to fade to nothing in obscurity will be thy fate. My master has planned many millennia for this day. It is the true chaos of all things that you now must be entombed amongst the beings
of flesh and bone. You have a great monument here, Mantarok. It is a pity that no one will ever recognize it as yours. May the darkness claim thee, crawling chaos and damned beast. No longer will thy reign be kept over the ancients you have kept imprisoned.
Cool. This is pretty neat.
Thou hast seen the last of this world.
Didn't realize the whole room was this thing. Cool.
Not even these mythical fables can keep me amused. There has to be something to do around here. I only wish something that fantastic and of higher purpose could happen to me.
Do you, though? So there's another exit somewhere. She has the tome. Okay, that's cool. Elia. I'm curious who her voice actress is. She sounded familiar too. Eternal Darkness. Elia, voice actor. Oh, hey! It's Kim, my guest. What do you know? I guess they all made friends with Silicon Knights. The making of Twin Snakes or something. Strange necklace about its neck. Take the necklace from the statue. That seems like a good idea. Necklace can be used to heal Elia. Make sure she doesn't move while the spell is being cast. Can I put it back? That's cool. Just a normal necklace, you know. Nothing special. Carved on the floor is a striking design featuring the sun rising above the edge of the world. Set on the wall appears to depict a time of the day, and perhaps the candles do too. Morning. Okay. Andrea went to Angkor Wat. She had a scientific conference in Cambodia like a year or two ago. Good looking out game. Come back this way in a second. Because I don't want you to use healing to cheese your way through here. Reset the room, okay. Sneaky, sneaky. Yeah, I know, right? Located by creatures, a sanity loss occurs, causing a decrease in the level sanity meter and the character to pulse green. Sanity loss affects perception and eventually health. Gotcha. It represents a character's sanity. Every time it meets a monster, sanity will get lower. The lower the sanity meter gets, the more the character will hallucinate. Cool. Performing a finishing move on a creature recovers sanity. I like how that wasn't a thing with Pious. They're just trying to make sure that you understand the mechanic a little. That's smart. And I think that I was encountering enemies that were despawning instead of me finishing them, which I could see freaking you out, like they actually did. Y, A, and X to light or extinguish the candles. Oh, this says the night room, right? That's cool. And there's a scary thing on the ground in there. This looks like the symbols that were in that painting in the house. It's kind of cool having the house, the mansion being like a hub world where some of the things in there make more sense after going through the book. I guess her sneak walk looks pretty similar when she's facing toward the camera. Maybe that's how you actually sneak in real life, and just they don't make Snake look like that because it looks really silly. I don't know that I have to actually sneak in here. Sun rising above the edge of the world. How this first room just taught us the mechanic. And now I should be able to take the necklace. I'm impressed at this game for letting you save at will. Save limitations have never been part of what makes games scary. I don't think it works that well with horror. It does in theory, but we were talking about this yesterday, that it's one of those things that I think is fun to design, fun to come up with, less fun to actually play with, practice. It's a lot of corpses. Still gonna get up after I solve the puzzle. Sun sinking below the edge of the world. I'm guessing the next one's gonna be noon then. Spooky, spooky. Oh, this sucks. And this makes me sad that the Kickstarted sequel to this didn't fund. I totally would have backed it. Let me finish it off. Bronze necklace sits atop an urn. Splendid with glowing gems. Cannot use that now. Okay. Yeah, so this one looks like it's daytime. I like how the earlier camera angle revealed to me that there was a monster in this room. I can vouch for Silent Hill. I think they're really good. Well then, I think there's a way to not trigger that. Silent Hill 2 in particular is very, very good. Probably have to go through from the other side. I'm supposed to go through this side first and then go back and put the necklace away, right? Silent Hill is a lot more focused on psychological horror. Doesn't really do jump scares. And it's very good at having themes. At least starting with Silent Hill 2. Jeez, now they're alive. Ow. It's interesting. It means finishing him is risky because you can take damage if you're not careful. But you also, it's the only way you get sanity back. I wonder if I can put the other necklace on this thing. Ha! That's smart. I wish we had more horror games that were like this. Amnesia seems like it's kind of in this space. Okay, I don't have to sneak all the way through the room. Got it. Here we go. Sneaky, sneaky. Ooh, what's this? Is that an evil flute? Oh, it's a blowgun. Okay. Drop the weapon to make sure you understand how to use the blowgun. I gotcha.
A secret passage in the temple.
I tried to save you, buddy. Oh shit, I didn't mean to attack that guy. Hold on. I guess I should just roll with it for now and see what happens. Looks like the blowgun is poisonous. But that might be a sanity effect. Oh, they blew up. Oh, Jesus. Sorry for attacking you. Elliot brings him a weapon that's been broken. He'll repair it as a gesture of thanks. Can you repair it before you die from poison that I accidentally hit you with? No! Well, that's bad. I might have to reload in a second, we'll see. I guess I already triggered this thing, which I don't think I can reset. Kind of looks like death. I do like the Dutch angle sanity effect. That's pretty funny. See, I don't think this is too far back. Let's find out. I do have to kill some regular zombies again. That should be okay. They hit each other. Nice. Get away. And I'm rewarded for saving aggressively early. Get that trap blowpipe. Folks are used to auto-saving. Yeah. Don't you worry, we play a lot of games on this channel. The first thing I look for is, how do I save the game? Oh, that's a bummer. It's kind of surprising the game doesn't prompt you to save now that you mention it. You can always save at the mansion. I feel like if this game was made not too much longer, not too much later, it would have had auto-saving.
Passage in the temple.
It's just a thing that they do. It also denies you getting sanity recovery from them. Want to repair Elia's short sword? Yes. Thanks, dude. No worse for wear after his recent brush with death. The darkness is coming and is not safe to save right now. Interesting. So it's like an unavoidable trap there. Okay, still can't save. Got it. Oh, you still finish them off like this, and that consumes resources. Okay, that's good to know. Should probably switch back to the short then. Hole in the device as though something can be inserted, perhaps a key or lever. Okay. Mural depicts a skeletal demon befriending the ancient Kamer people by announcing one of their fertility gods. Oh, that's cool. It lets you pan. Spooky. This game's really cool so far. It seems to have aged decently well. I could see a version of this being on like the original Xbox, being kind of janky, like Dreamfall: The Longest Journey has that problem where you can kind of see what the devs are trying to do with it. Now I can see it again. Okay, good. You still have to do a little bit of interpretation with this one. For the most part, it feels like it controls the way they envisioned it controlling. Oops. Yeah. No, I dig it so far. Whoa, that was bad. Oh, I see the thing I stepped on now. One's unavoidable, it looks like. Let's do the security checkpoints. That makes me a little more than a little nervous. Penitent. A penitent man kneels before God and then also tucks and rolls, apparently. So that makes it much worse on the way back. No, it seems to achieve its goal really well. It's gonna go. They attack each other, and they do the explodey thing. So I only take sanity damage when they notice me. Shit. Thought I was gonna be clever there. You can't always finish them just because they're on the ground, I guess. That's what I learned there. The mural depicts one of the ancient Khmer deities being tortured and killed by a skeletal demon. Oh, and there's blood trickling down the side of the wall. It's possible that was a sanity effect. Yeah, that looks like the room that the ancestor was in and dropped a bunch of pillars on the thing. Pious. It's a really neat, subtle effect with the camera there. It's like, am I doing that? Yeah, bring back fixed camera angles. They do so much for these games. Instant 100% sanity drain when you walk into this room, right? Do these all have examine options? This is going to end well. I did a sanity event in Roll20 a long time ago with a Lovecraft god where like the characters walked into a room and it displayed like a fake Chrome disconnection error in Roll20.
Stop. Don't go near it.
Play this game for inspiration for that kind of thing.
So, you are reduced to feeding on flesh and bone, Mantarok. How the mighty have fallen. You will surely fester.
Yeah, Gilgirl was just talking about that.
A slow and torturous fate for thee. You had best leave, young fool, or you will find yourself as food for the dead god.
Unfortunately, playing this on an emulator, I do have a FrameMeister and capability to capture Wii or GameCube, but I did not happen to own the game. It's like 120 bucks on Amazon.
To fight the eternal darkness.
Hey, he said the thing.
I give you a gift in return for an obligation. The gift is your life, sweet dancer. The obligation is this. You hold one of Mantarok's hearts, the essence of the corpse god. The summit is a source of great power.
Yeah, I would have picked it up if it was like 50 or less, but...
Lest they use it to destroy what little brightness your world has left in it. Guard it well.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the Purple Heart. Metal staff is held by the arms of the statue. Oh, I did not get an instant sanity drain by seeing that thing. Looks to be a lever. I know where to take that. Can't use that now, right? Okay. Yeah, that's great. That's something I've always loved about Silent Hill. Like, the good Silent Hill, the characters don't really comment on what's happening. Or they, like, make the understatements of the century. Statue of a human female bears witness of the monstrosity that fills the room. Effluvial grime Mantarok has secreted over the years. You'll see, like, a whole penis monster in Silent Hill, and James would be like, man, this place is weird. It's like, you fucking think? I know, right? Door of formidable size seals the vault. Stylized design resembling the creature that dwells within the room is carved into the stone. Look around, look around. Revolution's happening in Anchorwat? Mantarok? Hey, assholes. Bit of sanity back. Beheading them is useful, but not an instant win. I don't care about the mural. Finish him. Okay, feeling better. It's the best possible thing. Apparently just saw something spooky. Great traps. I didn't get to finish him off, unfortunately. Ooh, we got double hit. It's not cool. Quite invested in keeping this sealed, I know, right? But okay, not dead, wouldn't have been able to finish it off anyway. No! Get off me! Can't tell if the finishing off a monster is sanity neutral or if it puts you slightly ahead. I love that encountering the giant Yogg-Sothoth monster isn't the end of the level, right? Darkness is coming. Oh, thank you for asking. Shit. I guess for now, I will try to figure it out, but I might ask later. You can tell folks in hide, though. They might be interested. Exclamation point hide before your message. Chat can see it. I will not be able to see it. Well, that makes it seem like using that necklace might not be the best overall long-term idea. So maybe we'll do that next time? Roman Lich warned you about an eyes and mouth creature. You'd probably listen. I love the willingness of this game to give you a room with a giant eyeball monster this early. I thought the little flash that she had when she first picked up the Necronomicon was going to be the extent that we were going to get until the end of the game. And having it all over the place right at the beginning is bold, and I like it. This is what we're doing. Yeah, it's the old...
Fool!
Oh, wait till this cutscene's over.
Instead, you will die. Where is the essence of Mantarok?
It's in my chest or something? Like, I don't speak
Where is it?
Latin.
I will not ask again, child. Very well, then. You will succumb to the horrors of oblivion.
Cool. I was gonna say, it's the old adage when you're a dungeon master to, like, blow your load on your first adventure if you have this cool plan for an encounter with a Draco Lich or something. Make that the first adventure. Don't open up with tavern rats and then expect 6 months later you're gonna get to your Draco Lich fight, because you're probably never gonna get that far. Oh yeah, now we've learned this mechanic. That's cool. I dig it. That's so neat. I love that conceit of the game. That the things you're reading about in the books are going to correspond to puzzles in the mansion. You got a message tube. It's brilliant. Antique leather-bound message tube used to transport sealed message scrolls. Should Alex open it? No, but will she? Yes. Suspicions of conspiracy. Yeah, when you get that far, you'll come up with more ideas.
Thy presence is long missed, my liege.
The universe is a yawning chasm, filled with emptiness and the puerile meanderings of sentience.
I love that. That's a great line.
You deserve special consideration within it, Augustus, above all else.
I am your servant, my lord. As always, that and nothing more.
Yes, that and nothing more. What revelations do you bring me?
My meditations reveal a flaw in our plan.
Our plan, Augustus? Mantarok is a shadow ebbing in the light of our glory. It and the others are slow, weak, bound by the realm of the universe. Unable to unite to fight a common foe, they will fall one by one. Unfortunately, this is beyond your understanding. The binding of Mantarok will seal their fate as its
Love the
power
look of this
over us
thing.
is diminished. Such an irony that the Keeper itself be imprisoned within the walls of its own magic.
But what of its essence? Is that not the core of its remaining power?
Upon my seat
Yeah,
in the
right.
corporeal world, I will
Jennifer
be
Hale's the main
dominant over
character.
all, Mantarok included. Your worries are unfounded. You must turn your attention to Charlemagne the Frank. His continued presence within the world is far more serious to our cause.
As you wish, Master. He will be dead before the week is
So
out.
far, we've got 3 characters from Metal Gear Solid. Kim, my guest, was Elisa, or Elia. Message tube is no longer needed. Alex discards it. Jennifer Hale was also in Metal Gear. Is Porkins from Star Wars? Porkins, the forgotten character that never got featured in a Final Fantasy, unlike Biggs, Wedge, and Piet. Oh, creepy. All right, I'm going to read that chapter in a second, but I also found another room that I want to go scope out first. An incredibly Metal Gear Solid. So, I feel like the game did a pretty decent job there. An advantage Lovecraft had writing about unknowable alien gods was that in writing you could describe something in such a way that it's still kind of forced to be up to the reader's imagination. And you can write something in a book that says it's unexplainable, right? But you can't do that in the visual medium. So to present the god thing that Pius was talking to as like this weird shimmering row of mirrors and this like kind of fleshy looking art thing, I could imagine that being written right, but it still did a good job of you not really fully grasping its form. I'm impressed. I think that Bloodborne is another game that captures the Lovecraft horror feel really well, but it does so mostly with, Dark Souls style fleshy monsters. It doesn't really try to do the you can't possibly perceive the true form of this thing feel. Key comes apart in the lock. Broken second floor key. Now that I know that I won't be prompted to use items in my inventory, I'm going to see if I can find the dresser that the dresser key is meant to be associated with. Here's the significance, but it isn't particularly helpful. Haven't figured this one out just yet. Probably going to be something that explicitly says it's locked when I approach it. It could be something on the second floor. Yeah, exactly, Walter. We don't want to do too many attacked by kobold caravan, right? Adventures. I doubt it would be the same room. Alright, let's go ahead and look at the page. Alex's sanity is down now. Let's go.
It is apparent that the endeavors of mankind are mere puppetry at the hands of the ancients. Whenever a king vows reform, the ancients move quickly to stifle it. Under the auspices of Emperor Charlemagne the Frank, the new Holy Roman Empire was at the height of its power.
I kind of like that we have to go deal with Charlemagne, but that's like the god tells you to do that after.
Hanc mit ad dominum et imperatorum nostrum.
Atemporal.
Carolum magnum francum.
Deliver this to our Lord and Emperor Charlemagne the Frank. No one but him must see it.
I really like that device too. We know it's not in English. It's fine. This is for your benefit. No! Told you not to, you dummy.
What sorcery is this? A spell? I am bewitched.
Wait, is that Cam Clark?
Charlemagne, then what will become of him? I have to warn him of this treachery.
It really is. Silicon Knights has made best buds with everybody on the Metal Gear Solid voice acting team. Snake! Liquid. Alright. Message scrolls like this are often used to transfer messages securely. The strange diagram on it consisting of a pentagonal shape with strange letters at each corner. When Anthony opened the scroll, something strange happened. That something had been intended for the Emperor Charlemagne. Suspecting a plot, Anthony pledged he would warn Charlemagne at all costs. Yeah. So far, everyone presented with things they definitely shouldn't do. Immediately do it. One confirms him Charlemagne was last seen in audience with the bishop in the visiting chamber. Suddenly remember my Charlemagne. And my armies be the rocks and the trees, and the birds in the sky. That was spooky. This is generally pretty spooky. Pius Augustus. She did chop down his own little statue. Hell yeah. That's cool. That's so cool. All of this seems like it would be really hard to actually put to the game. Like, it would be easy for a project manager or a writer to say, I want you to be walking on a pathway where there's a bunch of screaming faces. But getting that into the game and having it look cool, maybe achieve that. This seems like a good idea. Should Anthony claim the Tome of Eternal Darkness? No, he shouldn't, but he will. That's fine. No problem. Spooky. Feel the faces as you walk on them. Muffled voices emanate from inside the bishop's visiting chamber. Easily disturbed with grief and despair, the monk sobs pitifully. Accounts that this is not the only death to have occurred recently. One might be punished for wavering in their faith. Grave news of the loss of one of his order. Funeral casket made from unfinished wood. Should Anthony open the casket? No! That seems horrible. Probably gonna have to eventually, but... Feels nice on the toe bones. Didn't have to phrase those prompts like that, but it did. Yeah. Is it a spooky blue urn? Is it ghostly? Cobalt blue, okay. So this one's explicitly not spooky like the last one. Still lit with an otherworldly spectral character, though. Somewhat addled by Anthony's distraction, the monk kindly requests to be left alone. I want to take the thing you're looking at. A wildering array of books and tomes sorted neatly on a set of shelves. Venerable artifact required for his research and should not be touched. Okay. But I could punch them, but I'm not going to do that just yet. The game might be trying to prod me into having the courage to disobey something, right? Let the scholars touch the tomes. Dun dun dun. Didn't mean to punch that door in anger. This is what... Ooh, spell list. Whoa. Seems like casting spells is a really bad idea. Select which spells to cast, examine, or assign to convenient quick spell buttons. Experiment with rune combinations and discover new spells. All the components of magical with a K, spells you've acquired. Hey, Evelyn. View their current assignment of spells with quick buttons. Does not have enough components to attempt to research new spells at this time. Slips from his fingers, dashing itself into fragments as it hits the floor. And a magical rune. Runes are the key element in creating spells. By collecting and combining runes in different ways, different spells can be created. Question mark. Need to get another rune first, presumably. Perhaps it can be repaired. I do have a capture card and a Frame Meister, but I wasn't able to find a used copy of this game that was cheap enough, so. Seems to run okay on Dolphin, though. I wish it would get a re-release so I could pay the rights holders for it, because it seems really good. Might have to do stuff that I'm not comfortable doing. Might be that kind of situation. Yeah, the one you're going to tell is Dolphin is when I open the menu, right? There's apparently a fix for that, but it makes the game not run as well. I figured it wasn't that big of an issue. Yeah, I know, right? I think GameCube games have held their value pretty well. They're not like DS and 3DS games where they could easily stock 1,000,000 of them and they last forever. Like those tiny little discs were liable to get scratched or break. Open the casket.
Oh my god, what is
What
it?
happened? This devil's work. We should get out of here.
That was a good idea.
I feared the most. This poor man has been the victim of great evil. Look how his body has been defiled, as if something has burst out from inside him. Here, take this for your protection. And find the bishop. He must be informed of this horrible discovery.
Scramasax. Nobody was enough of a awkward nerd to open up a coffin in the middle of a church. This frame inside of his order, stained with blood that is seeped from many grievous wounds. It is a truly disturbing sight. That would be a bummer. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Robert. It's very flavorful. Yeah, I saw that it got kickstarted and then didn't get funded, which is unfortunate. Don't read magic scrolls, dude. game feels pretty different from a lot of other horror games I've played. Like, the closest thing I can think of is Pathologic, but it's much, like, more tightly written and playable as a video game than Pathologic. But it also kind of has that weird feeling of unknowable Lovecraftian horror. Circles of power describe the amount of power a spell will have. The more points within that circle, the stronger the spell will be. New spell. Don't have enough components to research yet. Okay. Yeah. It's hard to get cosmic horror right for the problem I was talking about earlier. Sanity is a fun mechanic to play around with. Fighting the growing shadow. So usually if I want to give my channel spiel, I wait until something boring is happening in the game, but this game has been nonstop interesting since I started, so if you'll bear with me for a quick minute. Hey, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made. You can see a list of all the games we've played so far if you click the games link below the channel or go to marstead.com. There's YouTube playlists for all of them, a couple thousand hours of content, and a marker that says whether a game's been beaten. Most of them have been blind, including this one. You can also vote for the next game we're going to play. Playing Eternal Darkness right now because it won the vote. There's a list of commands at that same link that you can type in chat with the currency you're earning right now and vote for the next game we're going to play after Eternal Darkness. Thank you for putting up with that. Still need the bishop's key, but now all the monks are gone. Wonder what would have happened if I had punched the monk upstairs that was guarding the rune. Spooky sounds. So let me leave Charlemagne. What's my sanity looking like that I'm... Oh no, those are just actual things that are happening. It's worse. Oh, that's creepy. Yeah, sorry, no space, just exclamation point game 07. Oh, nice. I'm excited to play Sleeping Dogs. It's the kind of GTA-style open-world game. Oh, spooky. He's got a little rune in him. Okay, I watched how much sanity I lost there. Ow. I forget you lose sanity for getting hit, too. Magical rune. It looks like you get back about as much sanity as you lose from being detected. I think that's smart. You trend on losing sanity over time then. Anthony's all cool, throwing his sword at the ground. Sleeping Dogs is in the middle between GTA and Yakuza. Oh, select alignment. I feel like this continues to be a really bad idea. So I need to have like a third rune to make something here, or I have to understand what these runes are in order for the spellcasting to work. Or it's saying that that's fizzling. Maybe that's what it is. That's why it's not giving me a spell. Yeah, those are my only choices right now. Okay, I think I understand. I didn't even know about the magic system, but it's very fitting for cosmic horror. Fire a torch. What's up, man? Carrying an urn from the baptismal font when he was confronted by the bishop, brandishing a large blade in whose eyes burned with an evil fire. Only the sword the bishop left behind. Gives the bishop's sword to Anthony. It's just like slower. Cool. Perhaps if Anthony had a light source. Or set fire to enemies. Piece of a broken green urn. Mix allows the player to combine 2 or more items from the inventory into one. So, okay, in addition to the whole like time hopping while reading the Necronomicon mechanic being cool from a flavor perspective, I really like the way they use it to gate complexity in the game. Like when you first are playing as Pius, well, I guess when you first are playing as Alex in the mansion, there's no danger, there's no video gamey stuff, it's just like puzzle exploration. And then when you play as Pius, you have combat but no sanity. And then you have sanity but no spells, right? I really, really enjoy that. I think that was smart on their part. It feels more natural to gate mechanics that way. 2/3 of a broken green urn. Whereas a lot of other games, it'll just be arbitrary when mechanics are revealed to you, which is fine. Sometimes it has to be arbitrary. There's no better way to do it, you know? Simple to broken green urn. It's far from watertight. Perhaps it could be repaired somehow. One of those things where it's like you don't have to have a diegetic gating, mechanic gating system, but if you can come up with a way to do it, it can be kind of cool sometimes. Magical Codex. Runes cannot be understood without a codex. Without a codex, runes in your possession will remain a mystery. I see. Oh, that's clever. Very cool. Ah, I see. Oh, but now I can select. You discovered spell 1. Ah, okay. Interesting. That's nothing. Okay. That's the same spell. Let's randomly cast a spell. We don't know what it is. That seems like a really good idea. Chant item. Bastard sword. Maybe it's a repair spell. That's cool. Magic meter. When a spell is cast, the level will get lower. This meter regenerates whenever the character's in motion. Cool. So does that mean... Okay, it's still listed as spell 1 for now. You're not allowed to move before you finish casting. Sorry. Cannot use that now. Assume it's the same for the other one here. Oh, not because it wasn't meant to be castable on the sword? Okay, I'll try it in a second. Item is now enchanted. Oh, cute. He's having a really bad day. Regular wander. So this is speculation. Please don't confirm this. Feel free to discuss it and hide. But I feel like some of the colored monsters are associated with the Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle artifacts I could have selected as Pious earlier, which is why they're fighting each other. Neat mechanic. Pick up. Turga. There's the red urn. We're gonna have a spooky name for the color red it is. Deep red. Sheen of a bloody heart recently torn from its host body. Filled with a foul-smelling liquid. This was iridescent green after we repaired it. Sickly liquid is draining into the pool, trickling from a scum-encrusted spout. It's a good word. Fetor. It's a word I've seen written before but never had to say out loud. Fetter. Tapestries. I like how some amount of jank in this game could easily be attributed to the sanity mechanic. Like, oh, that door is growling when I attack it. I mean, doors growl. I don't understand what's so weird. I thought because of the growling I was hitting something behind it. Oh wow, man. How many years before Dark Souls? Does the animation of the weapon matter as far as getting caught on the walls? Imagine if Bloodborne had these kinds of like puzzles and slow exploration. You do an overhead strike when you hold up. Gotcha. Project. Anthony's not looking great. Religious texts of an unspeakable nature, written in languages utterable only by monsters or corrupt humans. Project. Okay. Cannot be enchanted. Oh, project. Sure. Can only have one enchanted weapon at a time, it looks like. Oh, they wear off eventually. Okay, thanks. Three curious circles. Splashes, sure. Because the heavy enough is... Gotta fill it with the liquid. That's where you would see the liquid if you didn't see it in the check step earlier. This game is really cool. It's been hyped, and I was worried that it wouldn't live up to the hype or it wouldn't have aged very well, but... Talked about the notion of the creativity gap, which is like the difference between what a creator envisions and what they're actually able to put to the page. And like the audience is able to do some legwork there with helping to imagine what they must have intended by the scene as it's presented, right? And that you can maybe get to like 60-70% of your original vision with a good amount of work, but each additional percentage that you want to eke out is like exponentially more work, to the point that there's basically no creative work that represents 100% of the original vision. But I say all that to say this game feels like it's pretty close to what they imagined it was going to be. At least so far.
Come to return my book.
Hey, spooky zombie guy. Hey, is that Colonel Campbell?
For your efforts, I promise a quick and merciful death.
Did they really just say, hey, you want to help us voice act for this game? No! Paul Eiting, right? Hey, thanks, Lit Effects. Appreciate that. Well, he just constantly is draining your sanity so long as he's looking at you. Bishop's key obtained. Had to make some changes because of 9/11. Interesting. Yeah, I can imagine the late game not being able to deliver as much as the early game is delivering so far. That is exceedingly common in games. I was really noticing that in Planescape Torment, that like, I feel like they intended for the whole game to be as huge and polished as the first city is. And it's just like, it's not possible. Like, they would have had to have spent 20 years on that game. I'm enjoying this very much so far, Lit Effects. A shrine to a god that bespeaks of an ancient evil that graced the earth before mankind walked its valleys. Really like the Shadow of the Colossus decay that's happening to him as he goes in each room. Let's see. So claustrophobic. Oh, it was going to take place during the Crusades, but because of 9/11 they decided to get rid of it. I guess I can understand. Right, and then there were changes that spread out from there. Chant item spell scroll. Control illustrated by a geometric symbol, accompanied by a small note. That which is broken shall be fixed, that which is dull shall be sharp. This is the nature of the enchant item magic. I like that you can make the spell before you find out what it actually is and just experiment with it. That's really cool. Like, I feel like even the spellcasting system in this game, if you just stole that and tried to apply it to a different game without it being like horror, that would be plenty cool, you know? I guess in order to have a... Oh, you know what would be cool? This game's spell system combined with Outer Wilds progression system, where it's like knowledge-based progression. Maybe you have access to hundreds of runes or the equivalent from the beginning of the game. Oh, that's good. Hooray, I'm glad that exists. Cool. The fuck? Nice. Trapper dimension sprawls in every direction. Whilst in this place magic cannot be cast, humans are subjected to odd phenomena. The portal cycle from color to color as time progresses, and only the quick will escape. So coming up with a cool enemy style that's not just hit it with the sword and it drains your sanity when you're near it, right? There's healing. That's cool. That's pretty sweet. That's the kind of thing where it's like, oh my god, you can't really have that many unique enemies that do crazy stuff like teleport you to a portal dimension. Trappers have no eyes or can sense sound well. Anthony can sneak past them, they won't be trouble. Thanks, game. Alright, darkness. Spooky, spooky. I think the way this game handles sanity, where like the thing detecting you is what causes the sanity drain, is cool as well. Where it's like you automatically lose something analogous to health, and then you have to defeat it in a certain way to recover it. That's a really smart way to do horror. I mean, also there's cool consequences of the sanity system, obviously. But there's the problem in a lot of horror games where like your health being depleted leads to you game overing, and it's not something that you can trivially get back without consumables, right? So you don't really get the feeling of every time you encounter a monster, it's damaging to the character, it's damaging to the player. It's something you want to avoid. Especially if you play perfectly and like never get hit by things. Oh hey, this seems good. He's the guy that helped me out earlier. He is not looking great. Wish I walk in on Charlemagne and I'm this horrible wander zombie man. He just kills me for being an abomination. This raises that question, like, is everything else we're seeing? Oh, good. Oh, good. That's good. Hooray. Oh, not running past it. Okay. It's your new best friend. Looks like he drains my magic when he hits me too. There's some cool design space with that. Come on, finish him off. There you go. Shit. Go, run. Up the stairs. Charlemagne! I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm your friend, I promise. Echoes the likeness of a bishop's scepter.
You are a fool for trying to save him, Anthony.
That is Paul
His
Lighting.
fate was decided many centuries ago, as is the fate of this
I hear
world.
it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw space.
There is little to save you from the power of Ulyat.
From the power of insert god I selected. Colonel. Does a raw blink on Harry Carey rock? I need scissors. 61. I think so. Yeah. I think we've gotten almost everyone in Metal Gear, right? It's Cam Clark, David Hayter, Jennifer Hale, Kim My Guest, Paul Lighting. I guess who is the voice of Gray Fox? Oh, that's Rob Paulson, isn't it? Famously also the voice of Yakko and Pinky on Pinky and the Brain. All right, how's her sanity doing? I like how her sanity is just kind of passively going down. Oh, and I can keep the spells that you learn from the book. That's so clever. I love it. That's fucking great. Somebody rip off this game's spellcasting system. That's spooky. Rip off this game's spellcasting system and make a game similar to Outer Wilds, where you learn how to cast the spells through exploring the world. I guess all of the like Psychomantis and all of them had their own voice actors. I don't know them as well. Will not leave until she's learned what happened to her grandfather. That could itself be a sanity effect. It's a mean camera angle. Steal the spellcasting system and also bring back fixed camera angles in games. Serene painting of a luscious mountain valley, delicately rendered in oils. Soil with dirt and scratches. That's cool. Something that I love in horror is horror that happens without commentary and without fucking orchestra stings and like other messages that are meant to tell you this is the part where you're supposed to be spooky. This is supposed to be freaking you out, right? Revolver ammunition. That's not good. One of those upgrades I don't want to get. Please don't give me more weapons. Alex questions the presence of a lush landscape amidst these other morbid pieces. That's not Kronos eating. No, it's a different one. Ooh, spooky. Triangular design flanked by a magical symbol. Key is definitely a dresser key. Oh, thanks, game, for acknowledging me there. Greg Eagles and MGS1. That's interesting. So, even though Silicon Knights made Twin Snakes, they brought in the original cast from the PS1 version for Eternal Darkness. Because this came out before Twin Snakes, didn't it? Journal of Maximilian Rivas. Definitely a dresser key. 100%. Well, that was spooky. It's an earned little jump scare there. I really like how, like, when you first go and you get the Necronomicon, you're like, oh, I shouldn't read this because this is going to cause the famous sanity effects associated with this game. But having the game start up with just Alec exploring the mansion with no sanity effects, if she just read the book and then sanity things happened, that would be boring. The fact that we keep cutting back to these other adventures that are unlocking more content and then coming back and the sanity effects are happening to her without any commentary from her, that's great. Pause the game, turn on the lights, take a break. Everything that brightened my life now engulfed me in darkness. I fed on the light of truth, yet starved in the shadow of lies. Learned through my lifetime, but no less than a newborn baby. All we know is that we know nothing. That's us, dude. IS's big boss. That's cool. The banging on the doors is pretty spooky. Chapter page has been hastily stashed behind the frame of the painting. Should she? No, she shouldn't, but she will. In the interest of ever marching forward. That should give you enough SP to vote for any game on the sheet if you see a command you're interested in typing out there, Evelyn. Let's see. Again, this is speculation, so don't comment on it. You can talk about it if you type !hide before your message. Chat can see it, and I will not. But it would be cool if the whole game is building up for me to do all of the chapters, and then there's actual like combat gameplay in the mansion for the first time, but only at the very end of the game. That's spooky. Paper is oddly marred as though the wall it sits on is not even with the rest of the room. That seems good. Stained glass depicts a glowing medieval maiden, luminous even with the faint light of the setting sun. Maiden clasps a piece of parchment in her hands. The window gives Alex a strange feeling, as almost as if it were magical and not really there. Oh, well, okay. So maybe there's a particular spell I can cast here. Oh, right, I can't move after I start casting it, right? Okay, stop doing that. Got it. Too dark in here to do anything. Perhaps the circuit is broken. She just leaves the dark room. Alright, new chapter. Here we go. It's happening, unfortunately.
Dreams. Modern psychology offers only unproven theories. Some see them as the meaningless tossing and turning of a brain settling into a restful sleep. Others see them as laden with symbols of our unconscious desires. To still others, dreams represent the upwelling of the archetypes, normally hidden deep within the recesses of the human collective unconscious. Of one thing I am certain. After a brush with the ancients, our dreams metamorphosize into nightmares.
Persia. It's a DARPA chief. It's interesting.
I have implored you for years, yet you ignore all my advances. You dominate my dreams, and I can think of nothing else. I fear I desire you many 100 times more than you love me.
My life has become a waking dream, Karim. For weeks, I have dreamed of an ancient treasure, so precious that it changes all life around it. It must be mine, Karim. If you truly desire me, as you say, then you will find this for me.
Sounds like that's also
Bring this
Jennifer
treasure to
Hale.
me, and I will be yours. Both of our dreams will come true.
I need nothing more than you. You have enthralled me to the point where I can think of nothing else. Promise, if I leave, you will not forget about me.
You need not worry. I desire nothing more than the treasure that you seek. Leave now, Karim, and I shall await you.
Oh, Atisa, okay. Jennifer Hale has like a husk at the end of certain words. Oh, laughing octopus. No kidding. He's got his own talisman. Doesn't have access to spellcasting yet. Okay, that's fair. It's been in Kareem's family for generations, bestows long life on those who have kept it. Can be used to restore health. Chakrams. Not designed to return to the thrower. Well, that's unfortunate. It's Luis in Resident Evil 4. A man's corpse lies fallen. Wounds cover the exposed flesh of his body, or his armor has failed. He's not the animated series Batman. Kevin Conroy? No way. Oh hey, we're back to the spooky place. Oh, now we can see that Anthony's here too. Cool. Yeah, I was saying that earlier. I gotta get that woman screaming sound in my stock sound effects library. I didn't grab it. I like that he's getting memories from things that haven't happened yet. I like that God was saying earlier to Pius, like, we have to stop Charlemagne, but it's like, that happened in the past. The whole cosmic horror exists outside time concept is so cool to me. love how they all have very different attack animations and like finishing moves. In addition to having their own sword names. Oh, I killed one of them by accident without getting stamina or sanity back from it. Shoot. Such a nice touch. Oh, the Batman show. Okay, thanks. Okay, so now I have spellcasting again. That's cool. I like that this game does tell you things through tutorial text, but there's certain things that it leaves up to you to figure out, right? When I start controlling a new character, I'm going to have to find the Necronomicon to get access to spells again, that kind of a thing, right? Now, has it been the case so far, I didn't notice, that you don't start encountering monsters until you obtain the book? Except for Pius, I guess. Like, I think Anthony was just regular monks until you went upstairs, and then shit went south. Statuette resembles a man sitting atop a low pedestal. Seems heavy for its size. Cannot use that now. I just meant so far. Magical room. Eventually this isn't going to be possible to brute force these, but while it is possible, I want to see what I can pull off. Okay. Arcane Shrine dominates the room, braziers surround its edge, while a larger one tops its summit. No doubt each one will be filled with incense to facilitate prayer to insidious deities. Find another statuette somewhere, I guess. Interesting. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Magical Codex. kill him without him seeing me. So I might be back to full sanity here. See what this new codex was. Ah, okay. I think that's the name of that's Squirtle, basically. So I have the codex, but I don't have the rune yet. Okay, I understand. I know that the rune exists, though. And that's alignment. God alignment, basically. That's not good. Red aligned. Use the device to descend, yes. Do you imagine in the like design process coming up with an enemy like the trappers and having like a dozen other ideas like that and not being able to deliver on all of them is just too much work? I'm gonna pull Cold Blood as a dead soldier. He's the victim of an unseen battle. Perhaps he died from the claws of a monster of this place. And there's a weapon in the back. Colors of a Tolar sword. The wounds deep and numerous, seep fresh blood. Kareem retrieved the Tolar. Sure. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Ah, nice. Get off me, asshole! Oh, and when he does that, it just damages me. Or worse, possibly. Kareem has perished at the hands of the Eternal Darkness. If no one has stopped their diabolical plans, humanity will surely be annihilated. He's you now. That's cool. And then someone who didn't realize the game wasn't auto-saving loses 2 hours and 40 minutes of progress there and rage quits. I feel like if they do a PC port of this or a Switch port, they should add some kind of autosave. They probably don't have to add anything else because the rest of it's pretty perfect. Wait, I didn't start game. Fuck. Uh-oh. I may have actually lost it anyway.
Bound together with the oddest magical incantation.
Hold on 1 second.
This wretched book is where it all began so long ago. Before time. Before humanity.
Start BX. Thanks.
I am Dr. Edward Roy.
Hopefully I didn't just overwrite my save. I don't think I did, but I could probably look up a save file, worst case scenario, if I have to recover. Used to load game being the... Well, thank God. Okay. Everything's fine. But I also haven't saved recently, apparently. So I'm gonna try to speed through the stuff we've already seen.
Dreams. Modern psychology offers only unproven
There's
theories.
no skip cutscene.
Some see them as the meaningless tossing and turning of a brain settling into a restful sleep. Others see them as laden with symbols of our unconscious desires. To still others, dreams represent the upwelling of the archetypes, normally hidden deep within the recesses of the human collective unconscious. Of one thing I am certain. After a brush with the ancients, our dreams metamorphosize into nightmares.
I guess I'm happy enough that the game offers free at-will saving. That didn't bother me compared to other horror games where there's limited saving or saving only at points that you can't predict. 131, wow.
I have implored you for years, yet you ignore all my advances.
Sorry, I'll save as soon as I get out of this.
Dreams, and I can think of nothing else. I fear I desire you many 100 times more than you love me.
My life has become a waking
Autosave became standard in the industry
for weeks.
Late PS2?
I have dreamed of an ancient treasure.
Definitely
so
in like
that
the
it
Wii and
changes all
Xbox
life
360
around
generation and beyond.
It must be mine, Kareem. If you truly desire me, as you say, then you will find this for me. Bring this treasure to me, and I will be yours. Both of our dreams will come true.
I need nothing more than you. You have enthralled me to the point where I can think of nothing else. Promise, if I leave...
Does he have that same ring?
Forget about me.
You need not worry.
I haven't noticed if the other characters have had it too.
Nothing more than the treasure that you seek. Leave now, Kareem, and I shall await you.
Yeah, I suppose, like, if you let the player save whenever they wish, practically at will, you may as well also checkpoint. I can't disagree with that. I think there's an in-game reason why saving is treated the way it is, but we'll see if it happens to me. I can't save right away. It doesn't. I like how this game makes you familiar with the Necronomicon, Tome of Eternal Darkness. You kind of understand what it does now, right? And the game shows you that rather than tells you that. It makes sense that you can't save when you're in danger. That's pretty standard. Sure, but I think that this name is complaining about the lack of checkpointing, that when you die, you go to the title screen instead of going back to the room that you just walked into. Which I think I can see. It's not bothering me too much because I'm thinking of it in terms of I just played through the Resident Evil franchise, which until later in the series is awful about saving. So this is all upside for me so far. Unfortunately, yeah. Chopping up ahead is usually enough of a distraction to finish off another enemy nearby, it looks like. It's good to know. That's interesting, good. Does the speedrun automatically play on New Game Plus just so that you can skip cutscenes then? That's actually why I asked about speedruns. I know that a couple games like Okami do that. Alright, back to where we were when we died. Oh, well, that sanity effect of the dripping blood, that was cool. Does New Game Plus change anything other than letting you skip cutscenes? So when I was in this hallway last time, I took out a second scimitar tulwar from an enemy, and then they jumped on my face and became me, and then the game was over. So let's try to not have that happen this time, shall we? Which is how this guy's apparently alive right now, right? Shit, that's right. I do like the whole you can cast spells but you have to stand still. That's nice for combat. You can't just do this stuff for free. I love that one of the most basic sanity effects is Dutch angle. Whoa. I think that's an in-game audio problem. I think that's a sanity thing, maybe? Maybe now I'm not sure. Never mind. This is what Robinson was joking about earlier, that we're not going to be able to tell the difference between dolphin glitches and, like, actual sanity effects. It's the first time I've had that happen. Any idea what would fix that? The music cuts out now. Who are these men whose corpses litter the dungeon? Cover. Narakath and Santak runes. I've seen one of those doors with the sword in it in the house. Oh fuck, that's bad. Well, permanent sanity loss then. I think that allows them to still have the same fixed camera angles, but it's not pre-rendered backgrounds. Like they get some benefit from being fully 3D. This guy is not a friend, it turns out. Oh, that also counts as a spell. Interesting. Found a magical rune. Santak, self. Perhaps it's heal self. You have just discovered the recover spell. That's cool. Definitely want to put that on a quick spell. Reasonably expensive. Like, then the main risk you take now is sanity, not health, right? Uh-oh. Probably should be sneaking by default just in case. And I'm in the trap dimension. Oh, that's cool.
My dear Alex, I will always be at your side. There are times when insanity takes hold, and nothing seems right. During those times, I will help you. Fear not, for I will keep the darkness away.
This isn't really happening.
That's cool. Absorb. I see. Self-absorb. Sort of items on a thing. Might be astral projection. Passable pile of rubble blocks the doorway. Okay, that's the key for those doors. I like how this theme of the room with the 4 pillars and the 4 colors keeps showing up. It's very cool. Ramdao broadsword. Is this Zelda? This is fair. This is bad. Really need to be luring them around the room more so I can finish them with a sanity boost. No! Oh, round 2. Maybe I'm not meant to fight these guys. The door is still closed behind me, so maybe I am. Perfect. Every time I kill one of those, the camera angle improves slightly. Oh boy. Nastier and nastier. So can beheaded enemies still cause a sanity effect on you, or can you get behind them and knock their head off and make them less of a threat after that? Head enemies can't drain sanity. Okay, thanks. New rune hype. Shit. Thought I was gonna get to him before he could do it. I did not. Uh-oh. No! Not the Squirtle brand body snatcher. Magical rune. That might be the Squirtle rune too. Let's see. Yup. What does item reject you? But now you enchant it with the power of blue. Okay. So does Squirtle Thulu beat Charmander Satot? Beat Bulbasaur. He's talking to himself now. That's cool. Worth a try, huh? That was fucking cool. I love it. It's the shit. It wouldn't because it... Oh, I guess it does, because it costs magic. Yeah, good call. That was a sanity effect. I went to cast a heal spell, but because my sanity was low, my character briefly interpreted it as my character getting cut in half. Okay, so I got my... use. Does it have to be enchanted first? Huh, cool. Gotcha. Oh, he can actually equip that as a weapon. Okay, I thought it was just a key. So I saw these doors in the... Hide is something that I do in Chatty, if you use Chatty for chat. You can set it to ignore certain things at the start. So if I just pulled up regular Twitch chat in my dashboard, I'd still be able to see all those commands. I just only look at chat through Chatty. I wish that Twitch would do native spoiler tagging. I feel like it's a super obvious feature to work on. I think they briefly flirted with the idea of having multiple rooms, and a couple streamers were like, we'll make a spoilers room, but nobody really used it. Kareem. There may have been some consternation about using the giant sword. I was like, I'm pretty sure that that's for the door, though, that I passed earlier. It's fair. Get away from me! The effigy stands upon the pedestal centered in the room. Well, I think that's what rooms effectively did, If they had spoiler tags, then the streamer could still choose when to click and not click the tags, right? I feel like everyone wins in that case. Made from a deep red ruby. It's not crimson red or blood from a recently stabbed heart. I think this room is a dead end. Let me make sure though before I leave. I think it just had the thing in the center. I think the real reason they haven't done spoiler tagging, despite it being one of the most requested features on like their user voice, is just because it's chat is still based on IRC. For a while there, before Discord came up with its server boosting business model, and it was just this free service that didn't seem like it had any plans for monetization, I thought that they were hoping that Twitch was going to buy them out, and they were going to use Discord for stuff like that. But then they bought Curse instead, and nobody uses it. I actually remember passing a place that could use the red. The fact that it lets me ascend suggests maybe I should. Let's see. Discord was looking to be bought out, possibly by Twitch. Then Twitch bought Curse instead. Now Discord has a revenue model, but they didn't 4 years ago. Oregon yesterday red. There you go. That's sufficiently spooky. It looks like Anthony, kind of. We tried enchanting it, maybe? Hopefully. Cannot be enchanted. Okay. So I don't think there's anything new in this room. I like that a lot of the sanity effects are minor and not constantly happening. Like every 5 or 6 minutes you hear a small amount of Kareem whispering to himself, right? It must be further down. It must be somewhere I missed down there. Okay. Oops. Although out of curiosity, I feel like I would expect something on this wall here, right? So we'll check up this path. Oh, I think one of the sanity effects just makes you attack occasionally. Fought enemy here and got a rune. Okay, I'm not quite yet at the point where I'm going to ask for help, but I'm getting close. When I do ask, I'm probably just going to ask for what room I should go to or what direction I should head, but no more specifics than that. Oh, this shouldn't do anything yet. This is where I got the sword. No reason to expect anything back here. Okay, chat. In what general direction should I be going? Was there more past the room with the red trappers in it? Head just falls off. I love it. I didn't need to backtrack. Okay, thank you. I must have missed that there was something else in that room. That's great. Recovery. Oh no! I don't have a torch, right? I don't think I can destroy these things by attacking them. At least I feel like I've missed them before. They don't get highlighted when I hold the right trigger. Part of it is this room is just super dark. I think they die every time they teleport to you like that. Was it a sanity recovery thing? That sounds great. I'll take it. Though the sanity effects are super fun, so it's a bummer to not get to enjoy them all the time. Don't go to green. That seems bad. Draining my magic, okay. That killed all of them. But I don't need to backtrack. So there's supposed to be something else in this room. I don't think I have any new spells to play with, right? Oh, so I didn't have to backtrack that far, basically? Okay, thank you. Climb over the rubble, thank you. Didn't realize that that was accessible. Basically just refunds its cast costs. Okay, that makes sense. Just to be consistent with the different behaviors, that makes sense. It's pretty spooky. Blasphemous sculpture made from human skin and bone. I like how they've trained us now with that hand, right? On a couple occasions. This game's very smart. Don't touch the wall, okay. And he's me now. Kareem went on to do Squirtle things. Looks like you can get those things off you if you... Is it like you have to rotate this stick, or do you have to like move it back and forth, left and right? Back and forth really fast, okay. Might be a slower execute animation, I'm not sure. Get out. So much for stopping him from sanitying me. Ah! Throw off in the same frame. It's fair. Uh-oh. That guy looks fun. Bye, big guy. Oh, hey, I think that was Charmander? Oh, that's interesting. So that's a way to access the other ones later. Red-clawed worm. So I'm excited. Once the playthrough is over, I've got a lot of questions about the structure of the game. But for now, I just kind of want to think about it. My girlfriend would love this.
What happened to you?
Things change, my dear Kareem. But even though my body is ravaged, I await you.
who did this to you.
You were gone so long. I gave myself to a nobleman with a chance.
Yogmander.
She had me dragged from my bed, and in cruel revenge, flensed with knives. As the last blades were drawn across my body, and my blood pooled upon the floor, she cursed that I would only be with another.
They're angry and demanding to be fed.
So much for thinking only of me.
I have seen my folly, and have already paid dearly. I see so much more now. In death, I know the true value of the artifact which I asked you to find. And it is not for us to possess. If we are to be together again, you must make a sacrifice.
So angry.
Only when that is complete will we be together.
Sacrifice? Why should I do anything for you? You lied to me. Betrayed me.
Sent me into this crazy temple.
Really don't look so good anymore.
What an asshole.
Despite who you are now, you will also become something more, just as I have. But the sacrifice must be made. We must remain here and guard the artifact. Dark things will come to claim it, and you must be strong to keep it from them. Without your sacrifice, the world will fall into eternal darkness.
She said the thing!
The things I do for love.
Push children out windows. The great image to be frozen in time there. Remember when Uncle Kareem kissed a ghost? That was pretty spooky. Whoa. Earth from space. I like the kind of feeling of decay. It's cool. Yeah, her sanity's getting a little low. But now doing that taught me a new spell, taught me recover, but it did not give me the sword that I need to open the one door. So either there's a puzzle in here that mirrors that one, or that stained glass window on the top floor can open now with the new runes that I have. She'll be fine. This is such a great narrative device. I'm going to keep praising it because it continues to be rad. Answer phone.
Remember me, Alex?
This isn't really happening.
I love the bust following you. Does that always happen regardless of sanity level, or is it only if you come up here after? I guess you have to be able to repair the key in the first place, which you can't do right away. I've got the Squirtle room now, so I should be able to get through that. So not just casting in front of it. I guess you already have your sanity decreased by the time you get in here, so that makes sense. Still didn't do it. That is the Squirtle symbol, isn't it? Yeah, it totally is. Do I have the complete wrong idea here? So I'll go look somewhere else. Or maybe let me ask the question in the chat this way. Can I do anything with this rune right now with the unlocks I have? I can't. Okay, thank you. That helps. Find the circuit breaker for that room still. Oh wait, no, I got an idea. I think that the door that I saw earlier that required a blade had a spell requirement that I have now. Glowing blue sword. It just means that orcs are near. I don't actually remember where that sword door was. Try to track it down here. This is the kitchen. It's the dining room. This is different. Still not interpreting what these are, right? 3 colors with purple in the middle. Mewtwo is the final god, the one I'm not allowed to select. That's pretty spooky. I see. Okay, so it was never about the sword. Gotcha. Oh, I see. I have to actually use the item now that it's been enchanted. Gotcha. Cool. Hey, it's a little rat. Content is a spice jar with a scrap of paper inside. Kitchen is as empty as the library is full, a reflection of his grandfather's attitude. Check. Open the jar? Yes. Ah, okay.
My liege, the future is yours. The light in the age of darkness has been extinguished. The pillar of flesh has been constructed. The master of chaos, the keeper of the ancients, is long dead. The planets will be in alignment soon. All is prepared for your arrival.
I really want to see how this god is described in like the script for the game.
Within days. The next millennium will truly usher in a new age. Your guardians, now prepare the gate.
After the chapter page is removed, the spice jar is no longer needed. Lurking horror.
I will not argue that I was shocked by the sudden mention of one of my ancestors, the distinguished Dr. Maximilian Roivas.
18th century.
It chilled me to my bones. Where had this ancient book come from? How had my ancestor stumbled upon it? I feverishly began to read more, eager to learn his story. It seems that Maximilian had inherited his father's mansion, just as I had. Alone since the death of his wife, and since his children had their own adult lives, he explored the house to discover his family roots.
This is going to be in the mansion now? Oh, they could do some fun fuckery here. This is the guy we saw as a ghost earlier, walk through the wall.
It has been 2 weeks since the death of my father, and it has finally come to me to look over the mansion. Now, I am truly alone, and forced to start a new life here in Rhode Island. I intend to make the mansion mine, and live in it as my forefathers have, to continue the family tradition. The mansion has its secrets, I'm sure, and in my time here, I have to make them mine.
I love how episodic this game is, too. Oh, he's kind of chubby. Does he have tummy physics? Oh, man. Nice. Medical journal. Flintlock pistol with 1 bullet. I love this game. This game is delightful. Okay, so he technically hasn't read the Necronomicon yet. The Book of Eternal Darkness, excuse me. It's medical journals. That door that's missing now. And we can see what this room looks like before we get the lights turned on later. This guy scared the shit out of me. Pistol ammo. State-of-the-art interior outhouse. Polished teak and mahogany. I don't know. Must have given him a good amount of construction experience. Paintings the same as they are in the presents. Some of them are. Stained glass window, resplendent with bright colors and exquisite workmanship. Something odd about it. The door to the servants' quarters is securely locked. Maximilian can't help but feel uneasy. An ominous presence lurks behind that door. So I'll have to finish the game first, obviously, and then I'll have to think about it more, but I'm really feeling like this is one of the best structured games I've ever played. Even if it's not the best game ever or the best horror game ever, like the structure is so clever and it has so much ludonarrative resonance, synergy, whatever we're calling it. It works on its own. If this were a TV show, it would be a cool structure, but it also works really well as a video game. Dear friend, the antiquity of which you ask is indeed the Tome of Eternal Darkness, or a copy of it at least, but unable to read it as most scholars who have tried. Remain within the sanctity of the mansion, from the wrong hands it would be a powerful weapon. Use it if you will, but beware its magic. No kidding. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think I've ever really thought about a stone tablet carved with strange pictograms. An odd conversation piece, to be sure. But he doesn't know what that is yet, and won't until he reads the Necronomicon. Okay. I've never really thought of macro structure as, like, a quality on which I might rate a game. He might be like, okay, what's the moment-to-moment gameplay like? What's the story like? What's the replayability? How streamable is it? Like, how high of a skill cap is it? What are the cathartic milestones? How much dopamine do you get from it? Right. But having a really solid structure is, I think, something you don't really think about in game design too often. Not a whole lot of competition. This or Two Human, or the Twin Snakes remake? Demeanor. Oh, a language thing. In Norwegian, the game could be described as completed. I kind of know what you mean from that use of the word. Yeah. It probably connects to what I was talking about earlier about the creativity gap. The difference between what the creator envisioned and what they were able to manifest into the world with their team, and how this game feels like it feels close to what they were going for. You know, obviously there are parts where it would look cooler if the graphics were better, if it was made 15 years later with 10 times the budget, but dear friend, the house has been forsaken by the ancients. I dare not enter it for fear of my mortal soul. Suggest you leave also. Bring the book. It is a far more potent tool than you have learned. May well spring the balance in our favor, excuse me. Never played Two Human, I just remember hearing about it. One of the big things it did was use the right stick for something other than the camera. Seemingly out of place in this room. Pump handle. Strange quality in the air. Why would she say that? Much more stock than his descendant. Followed through on what they set out to do and made sure to include all the details needed. Yeah. I feel like there are certain games and movies where you can be like, wow, this would have worked better with a lower budget as a movie, where you didn't have to account for like player agency. Or in the case of a movie, wow, this would have worked better as a book, where things that are difficult to describe or expensive to shoot, you could have just written and depended on the audience to imagine, right? But I don't think that this story would work better as a TV show or a movie or a book. It works great as a video game. Darkness spreads its wings. Before my master Ilioth's greatest foe, the path to truth will be opened. So I don't know Ilioth's greatest foe. I assume Squirtle hates Charmander. Nope, was incorrect. Oh, there's a thing that tells me how it works. Squirtle does hate Charmander. Squirtle beats Charmander, but Bulbasaur beats Squirtle. I didn't know how right I was when I just got into a room that said choose between the red, blue, or green thing. I think this could also probably work as a TV show, yeah. It would be kind of tough because you'd have to get new actors for every episode, basically. But I just say that, like, in comparison, Dreamfall: The Longest Journey is a cool game. It has some fun puzzles, but it definitely feels like a better written story than it is a deployed game, and I feel like it would almost work better as a Netflix show than it would as a game. Whereas I think this works great as a video game and would also be fine as a TV show. Colored triangular design. He has an unpowdered beard. Just crawls in here in front of all the servants. Hey, nice. That's such a fun idea, having the different sword for each character. Reminds me of in Mother 3, which is kind of poking fun at the player for wanting it to be Earthbound 2. You keep getting things that are almost but not quite a baseball bat throughout the game. Curled scroll of age parchment. Reveal invisible. Ha ha ha. That's cool. So that's how I'm gonna get in that door. Oh, I love the spells in this. People need to rip off spells from this game. It's too good of an idea to have only been done once. So begins the best idea this character has ever had. Dual footlocks. You mean having me play it for an hour of subblock to discount the vote costs? If you did Dreamfall, we get more episodes faster. Yukipo is the only one that has it on their subblock right now. Could maybe talk about combining it with Yukipo's subblock if you wanted, so we can get a 2-hour session. Or I could do Yakuza, that works too. Pick up the book. And now there's monsters everywhere. Yep. Seems to be the rule. They've been here all along, but he had to read the book to find out for certain. Oh, nice. Servant's already been working for... Nice. I love these enemies. The body snatchers. It's cute. Oh, shit. I don't think I got the sanity drain, though. Not all gonna attack me, though, it looks like. Drained all my magic. And I get really slow when my health is low. When I get too close to him, and then I died. Try doing that again, but less stupidly. They have a similar death screen. Looks like it. Letter number 3, which I didn't read last time. Almost indecipherably by a wavering hand. The ruins of Enga, that blasted necropolis, lie deep under the site of the mansion. Cursed servants of Ulyaoth are so close I can almost hear their chittering. Secret opening in the basement. Gather men and seal it. My ailment worsens daily. So I don't have to see that again in case I die. Oh, that's interesting. A new entry has been placed in Maximilian's journal. So this is how you get, like, the bestiary? That's kind of cool. Wears the skins of people to protect itself. Severing its neck kills the creature instantly. That's awesome. Oh, I'm super into that. I'm glad that I game overed in the other room so I could figure that out. Dude, that plays into the structure so well. The idea of all of these, like, skills being associated with particular characters in history is neat. Shit. Doesn't have the magical energy required. Arm off. View invisible. Absorb area. That's cool. Attempt autopsy.
I have never seen anything like this.
I love that you don't get this until after you've already experienced these. You kind of had to figure out what the deal is on your own. Oh, if I wanted to see autopsy, here we go. Horror. Creature has no eyes. It is far from blind. Horror's latent energy causes an electrical discharge if it comes close. Sweet. This game is a fucking shit. It's really good. I feel like just calling this a horror game is kind of doing it a disservice. The old painting of the mansion's foyer hangs on the wall. Why would the artist paint an inaccurate picture of one end of the room with such detail and clarity that it approaches realism? Here's our reminder. Mewtwo stands above all, but otherwise it's Pokemon rules. It's gonna be upstairs, I think, not here, but yeah, it looks like the Circle of Power. I have the one that's a triangle already, right? Eyes wide with fright, his head twists frantically left and right. Have you no eyes? Can't you see it? Oh, I can see it. Oh my god, time has flown by in this game. I was just like, we got like an hour and a half or so left, right? Nope, we've got 15 seconds left. Let me leave some future Marstead notes here. I'll be playing this again next week. Future Marstead, well, the painting is bleeding. Wonderful. You are Maximilian. Make sure you autopsy everything after you kill it. Then you can read the details about it. There's all kinds of cool lore that's only now accessible. You've got spells you can cast. You just got Reveal Invisible. You can cast any of these spells through either of the god alignments, either the red god or the blue god. We're calling them affectionately Charmander and Squirtle. Explore. You just started this chapter, or you just got the Necronomicon in this chapter, I should say, so not a lot of specific things to worry about. Try to find a place to use that lever thing that you got in the pantry. Cool. Thanks, folks. I'll let you guys know what's coming up. This has been fun.